Moore County Board of Education into session. Um, do I have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to the item on the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're going to go into closed session. We'll be back at 5:30. calling the Moore County Board of Education into session at this point in time. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to return to open.
Well, excuse me. Yes, thank you. Do I have a motion to secure from closed session and go into open session?
So moved.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Second by Ms. Caldwell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're now in open session. Okay. So once again, calling us into session. We're going to need to approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as proposed?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Benway. Is there a second? Second.
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes,
Yes.
was it Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. So was there a second? Yes. A second by Ms. Bruno. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so at this point in time, let me introduce Ms. Kelly from Aberdeen Elementary to introduce us for a Pledge of Allegiance and the like.
Hi, so I have two Tiger leaders I would love to introduce you to today. If they'll come on up, we have Miss Aria Coffey and Mr. Elijah Skelton. They are kindergartners at Aberdeen. They're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and then I have Miss Aria continuing. She's got a little bit of inspiration for us all.
I am somebody. I am somebody when I came. I am somebody when I leave. I am responsible for the other education I get here. I have things to do, people to impress, and places to go because I am somebody.
Okay, Ms. Kelly, thank you very much, and thank you for Aberdeen Elementary School. At this point in time, unfortunately, the vice chair is absent, so I'll ask us to have just a moment of silence. Okay, thank you very much. At this point in time, let's do some program highlights. Mr. Batchelor has got the, who do we have for the program highlights?
Hi, my name's Erica Funk. I'm the military liaison here. I have the Union Pines S2S, sorry, thank you. The S2S group here, they're going to report on the MSEC convention that they attended. We wanted to thank you for allowing us that opportunity, and so they're going to give you some highlights on that. Oh, and I'm so sorry. I have Mary Beth here who's going to be introducing them. I'm sorry.
Hi. So I have 4 students here tonight. Come on in. So I have Lanny Klein, Avery Huber, Bree St. Louis, and Finn McCafferty. We had a total of 12 students that attended. Bree and Finn attended as part of the MSEC Student Advisory Council because they had been selected throughout the year this year to attend the Frances Hesselbein Student Leadership Program. They were students that had attended that as part of 10 to 12 students throughout the year that attended either the Air Force Academy or the U.S. Military Academy for their leadership program. So they attended as part of the leadership program and participated in their events. And then we had 10 students from Union Pines that attended for the MSEC Summit. And then Pinecrest had 3 students that attended with 2 of their advisors, but they couldn't be here tonight. But we do have some of their information, some quotes on how they thought things went. So we're going to show you the slideshow, just a few pictures, some takeaways that we did that we felt were important. The purpose of the MSEC, Military Child Education Coalition, helping children grow up in military families by providing them, their parents, and professionals with programs, resources, and guidance, helping the students stay on course academically, socially, and emotionally. And these are pictures from the first night opening gala. The kids had to dress up. They look pretty sharp. Highlights, and the kids are going to give you their takeaways in just a moment. But this year, over 150 students and advisors from, do we remember how many states, guys? Do you guys remember? 40 different states, maybe? Met to exchange best practices, learn personal and team improvement ideas, and enjoy collaborations and new friendships from around the world. There was even a team there from Italy. Student to student, we participated in the Student-Student Olympics. Collaboration opportunities, making connections, tips. We had the 10 tips for world changers, importance of high quality connections, college informations from universities, life-saving techniques, and money management techniques. We also had the opportunity to meet with state-level military consultant Howard Lattimore and Major General Rodney Anderson, retired chairman of the North Carolina Military Affairs Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to represent our Moore County military students. And then the kids are going to give you some takeaways that they had from their what they felt was important.
Okay, so hi, my name is Lainey, and I was lucky enough to attend this summer in DC. And if you don't know anything about S2S, it's what I like to consider Union Pine's heart of the school. Not only a welcoming committee, but we're able to just be there for students, make connections and relationships. And in DC, we were able to really learn the best ways to do that. I think one of my biggest takeaways was meeting other schools. I was able to form a connection with a school in Alabama, and I'd have to say, just being able to pass on the information I've learned was so impactful to see other people grow from what I've heard myself. So I think being able to make real deep connections in DC was my biggest takeaway. My friends will talk to you more about some of the other leadership skills we've learned, but being in DC, I was able to demonstrate leadership skills that I learned. So I think that was my biggest takeaway, and I would just like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Hello, I'm Avery Huber. I feel like the most important thing from the DC trip was the connections that we made with all the other schools and with even our own team. I learned a lot about the other schools and their S2S programs. I think that it's really going to have a big impact on our year with how we do better with our S2S program. I feel if we didn't learn to get connected with those other schools, then we would have learned so much.
Hello, I'm Brianna St. Louis, and I would definitely say that making connections was my biggest takeaway. You know, just saying hi to someone in the hallway or smiling at them can just make their day. Another thing is just getting out of your comfort zone and just like making connections in person, just because social media has taken a big toll on us and it can be draining, and you know, it's better to have personal connections like in person than just texting. So that was very important to learn.
Hi, my name is Phineas McCafferty, and me and Brianna, we had a kind of a different experience because we were separated from our school's group that attended. We were with the Student Advisory Council, which is basically, MSEC has three programs, I guess. They have S2S, Francis Hesselbein Student Leadership Program, and Caregiving Youth. And 13 kids were selected from both the United States Air Force Academy, Francis Hesselbein Student Leadership Program, and the United States Military Academy one. And also, I think it was 2 or 3 from the Caregiving Youth. And so we were part of the Student Advisory Council, and we did some different stuff. My personal experience, the biggest takeaway for me was giving a speech in front of 800 people. That was an amazing experience. I never would have gotten it if I had not attended this and you guys hadn't funded it for us. So I really honed in on my leadership, speaking skills, and also just communication. It was a great experience. We worked with the other 12 individuals I mentioned and made lifelong friends. So yeah, that was good. And then we also, me and the kid from Italy that Miss Thomas mentioned earlier, we sat up on stage with Dr. Matthews, who is a psychologist at the United States Military Academy, and we just talked for an hour. We talked about our personal experiences, me and Matthew, and how it affects our brains, especially like Brianna mentioned, our phones is really prevalent in his studies. But yeah, this was an amazing experience, and thank you guys very much for funding this.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, excuse me.
Okay.
So sorry. We do have one thing we'd like to share. So as part of our S2S program, we host a new student orientation every summer for our new students that join us. And this year we got a special email from one of our families of a student that was joining us. And we'd like to share that email with you. She said we had permission to share.
My name's Tammy St. Louis. I'm a co-chair with Mrs. Thomas for S2S, and I also teach math at Union Pines. And this just kind of shows you the skills that our students learned in DC, and they took them to heart at UP. It says, "Hi there. I just wanted to send a note of appreciation for the fantastic orientation events that Union Pines organized this year. As an incoming freshman and new to the area, Asher had some anxiety about starting over, but he's already made new friends from both the student orientation and the trip to Urban Air, and he's been in touch with his new friends since, which has him looking forward to Monday exponentially more." Obviously, Monday was the first day of school. As parents, his dad and I cannot express enough of our gratitude to you all for facilitating such events. They take so much planning and hard work, and we are thankful that our son will be attending a school that puts forth such effort for their students. We look forward to a wonderful year, and thanks again to the staff, teachers, and volunteers who welcomed us all so well. Warmest regards, Asher's mom and dad.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so very, very much. And let me tell you something, the board is proud of each and every one of you, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you for coming,
Yes,
guys. We're proud
don't
of
we
you.
have,
We have recognitions at this time.
yes. Mr. Batchelor? He's doing double duty, so. So at this point in time, let me turn it over to Mr. Charles Batchelor for some recognitions, and to also ask if Ms. Caldwell and Ms. Bruno would go up front to help us with those recognitions.
Thank you, Chair Levy. First, we'd like to have our pledge and inspiration students come up. We would like to recognize you with a certificate out of appreciation for a job well done today. Thank you. Yeah. All right, now can we have Kim, Donald, and Ronald from Aberdeen Elementary School please join Board Chair Bruno, or sorry, Board Member Bruno and Board Member Caldwell at the front. So Kimberly is our Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for Aberdeen Elementary School. As an educator, Kimberly has consistently demonstrated her passion for teaching and care for her students. She creates a nurturing learning environment for all, and her creativity and enthusiasm foster a love for art among her students. Her strength lies in implementing innovative projects that allow her students to explore their artistic abilities. She has led numerous creative endeavors and providing hands-on skill opportunities and unique experiences for her students. Donald and Ronald Barnes are the Engage, Inspire, Succeed support staff honorees from Aberdeen Elementary School. Donald and Ronald are brothers who have tirelessly worked as a custodial team to maintain, protect, and clean Aberdeen Elementary School. Their work ethic is exemplary, and they consistently go above and beyond to ensure the school environment is safe, clean, and conducive to learning. They take great pride in their work as reflected in the exceptional results they consistently deliver. Always approachable, friendly, and willing to lend a helping hand. Their positive attitude and collaborative spirit make them invaluable assets to our school community. With family members and Principal Kelly, please stand and be recognized.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for what you did. Thank you so much for what you did. Thank you so much.
Amy from Connect Academy, please join Board Member Bruno and Board Member Caldwell at the front. While she's coming up, as she's already here, I'd like to note that Michelle, the support staff honoree for Connect Academy, was unable to attend tonight's meeting, so her certificate will be presented on behalf of the Board of Education at a later date. Amy is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff honoree for Connect Academy. She serves as Connect Academy's middle school English language arts teacher, 6th grade homeroom advisor, and was the assistant testing coordinator for grades 3 through 12 end of year testing last year. Her dedication to Connect Academy's success goes above and beyond. Her talents and expertise in all things ELA provide a comprehensive middle school experience for both students and families. She has developed an effective process for student book reports and planning rigorous instruction. Amy is always willing to step in wherever needed, assisting leadership, addressing student needs, and finding ways to enhance the overall school experience. Her efforts are fully recognized and greatly appreciated. Would members of her family, as well as Principal Burr, please stand and be recognized.
Thank you for the work on the book reports.
And Casey from Pinehurst Elementary School, please join our board members at the front. And while she makes her way up, I'd like to note that Chris Sweeney, the support staff honoree for Pinehurst Elementary School, was unable to attend tonight's meeting, and her certificate will be presented at a later date. Casey Wood is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff honoree for Pinehurst Elementary School. She serves as the media coordinator and Battle of the Books coach, working tirelessly to ensure that students are happily learning, all while volunteering to assist with both teacher and student technology needs. Casey never misses an opportunity to make sure every child feels included, and she is always eager to provide the perfect book recommendation for each student. She seeks to improve student core learning within her specialist time, and yet Casey does all of this with a smile and never seems flustered. She is such a joy to staff and students alike. Would members of the family and Principal Ciccone please stand and be recognized.
Congratulations and thank you.
And would Logan from Connect Academy please join our board members at the front. Logan is a senior at Connect Academy and is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed student honoree. He is a model virtual student at Connect Academy, and he's been with the program since its inception, demonstrating tremendous motivation and enthusiasm for learning. Logan is always present in classes, an excellent communicator, and as one of the top students in his class, he served as a junior marshal in Connect Academy's first ever graduation ceremony in 2024. We at Connect Academy are so proud to have him in our school and can't wait to see what wonderful things he accomplishes in his senior year and beyond. Would family members and Principal Burrs please stand and be recognized?
Congratulations.
And this concludes the recognition portion of tonight's meeting. I'll hand it back over to Board Chair Levy.
Okay, thank you very, very much, and we're proud of all of our students. At this point in time, now I know everyone is anxious to be part of our business meeting. But for those people who have decided that they want to take a break or want to leave us at this point in time, I'll give you about a couple of minutes to do that. And thank you very, very much for attending. Do I have a motion for, to the adoption of the consent agenda? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Yeah, I understand. And I believe, Mr. Holmes, you're going to have to recuse yourself from this because of because you have a conflict of interest.
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, is there any objection to Mr. Holmes recusing himself on a conflict of interest? There being none, Mr. Holmes will stand recused. Other than that, all those in favor of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
That should
Okay.
be shown as a 5-0 vote with Mr. Holmes recused.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so at this point in time, I believe we have a report, Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir. If it pleases the board, I'd like to go to the podium there and ask Dr. Metcalf to join me.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. In light of a very terrible tragedy that happened last week in Georgia with the school shooting, I know that you may have received some questions from the community around what are the efforts, the systems and processes and strategies that we're using in Moore County schools to focus on safety and security. I know as superintendent, I've also received some questions from the community around this topic. And I thought it would be important for us to try to share a very brief overview with the board, very high-level overview with the board, to share some information about how we, over the years, have had a distinct focus on building and improving safety and security in Moore County schools. And that includes systems and processes and practices, and it also includes the resources and relationships we build in the community to employ here in Moore County schools. So again, this is a very high-level overview. We don't get into details around security for obvious reasons. That's done in confidential discussions, but this is a very high-level overview of that that I thought it would be important to share with the board. I've asked Dr. Metcalf to join me as he works directly with teams in various departments on this work with me, and he's helped put together this very high-level overview. So he may be able to answer questions if needed. So I've asked him to join me as well. So when we're focused on school safety and security, just wanted to highlight some of the things that we've built over time and that we do either on a yearly basis or we've improved over time. One is we include in any situation, whether we're talking a fire drill or other emergency situation, there are go kits that our teachers can take with their students. Those are in every classroom. We annually update district and school emergency response teams, plans, and something we call black boxes, which contain information that our staff needs in case of emergency, as well as emergency services when they're reporting to support us. We also have built, which I'm very proud of and appreciative of, collaborative and supportive relationships with all of our law enforcement agencies in the County of Moore, from our Sheriff's Department to our municipalities. We've also built memorandums of understanding with them on understanding how we respond to emergencies, who's in charge in those situations, and things of that nature. We also have a Safe and Healthy Schools Committee where we meet with those law enforcement agencies and other in the community to support our work in our schools. We have regular lockdown protocols and lockdown drills that we perform on a yearly basis to be prepared if needed. We certainly hope and pray we never have to use those, but we certainly have those and we practice those. We also recently, over the last couple of years, have bleeding control kits and AEDs located within 3 minutes of anywhere, any location on our campus that's available to our students and staff if needed. And we're also very proud to say that we have 5 of our schools that has the nationally recognized Project Adam. They're certified Project Adam schools. It basically means that their staff has a clear plan. They're certified to respond to cardiac emergencies in their school. And so we're awfully proud of that, and we're continuing to support that and grow that. And we'd like to have all of our schools certified as Project Adam schools. We think about technology and the different apps and systems that we employ in Moore County schools. Many of you probably are aware from the reporting of the tragedy in Georgia that school staff had an alert badge around their lanyard that they could press to alert where the emergency, where the crisis was happening. We don't have that. We're investigating that because that's certainly something we're always looking to improve our systems and processes. But what we do have, we have a robust system called Active Defender. It's an app that can be downloaded on every staff member's phone and serves that same purpose. That app can be used to notify our administrators and our police if we have an emergency in the building. It also notifies where that emergency is happening. It also can help us after the emergency as well. When we're reunifying our students and reunifying our students with their families, this app can help us with that. And so we do have a process for that, which we're very pleased and proud that many years ago we began developing this as a local developer who's developed this product. It's now being used across the country. But as I noted, we're always looking to get better. No matter how good we get, there's always ways we can get better. And so we're analyzing other systems and like the system that was used in this situation in Georgia. We also have a hardwired campus alert system, a panic button that's located on our campuses. When that's hit, it alerts campus-wide that there's a lockdown now. We've implemented a district-wide visitor management system this year called Raptor. That system is where our visitors register when they come to visit our schools. It can notify we have someone on our campus that should not be there, and that would notify our staff why that person is registering and coming in. We've also installed many towers on our campuses that have unreliable cell phone service to ensure that we can have good cell phone services on those campuses during an emergency. And this system allows guaranteed service for our police and first responders when a crisis is happening. And so they have priority for using those cell systems. We've utilized recent grants and other resources and funding to improve our video surveillance on our campus. That's a continuous improvement process, but it's something we're continuing to do. And we've recently, over the last couple of years, installed additional doorbell video and fob systems that limit access to campus. Our front office staffs can see who's trying to get in the building from those doorbell systems. Other processes that we use here in Moore County schools, whenever we get a threat that may come from a student, we're able to have threat and risk assessment protocols to work with that student and their family. We also working with, we mentioned those relationships that we have across our county. We have an incredible relationship with the Moore County Emergency Management Department. I appreciate Mr. Brian Phillips, who works with us regularly. We have tabletop exercises working with them, our police, our school crisis emergency response teams, and work through different exercises and scenarios and practice those. And we have those tabletop exercises each year. We have a great relationship with K2 Solutions, which is a local business, nationally, probably internationally known for canine detection services here, right here in the county of Moore. We work with them, a great relationship with them for weapons detection and drug detection canines, which we employ randomly at different times across our schools and at events. You may have heard on the news that Wake County implemented this year, Say Something Anonymous reporting system. We've been doing that for a number of years and train our kids and train our staffs on that. And we also work to train our students and staff on the signs of suicide and work to support them when those issues come up. I also want to note, as the board is aware, in 2023, we completed a school safety assessment. Had an organization come in and assess our school safety facilities and processes in our schools. The first thing that safety assessment noted was our overall strong culture and focus on safety and security in Moore County schools that had been built over a number of years, but it did make recommendations for improvement. It made recommendations for us as a district and individual schools and buildings. Many of those items we've already addressed through our own resources and maintenance department, or through processes at the school to increase safety and security, and we're continually looking at how we can get better with that. One of those items is in front of you tonight with the open gate weapons detection system for your consideration. You may also see an item next month at the board's meeting. We talked about in the construction committee, putting laminate on our front office entrances that can better protect our windows from shattering if we were to get someone to shoot into those windows, which God forbid that would ever happen. But the laminate helps keep those from just shattering when that were to happen. Lessons we've learned, unfortunately, from other instances that have happened around the country. Again, you hate to think about it, but we want to do everything we can within our resources to improve our safety and security of our campuses. And so we're continually looking to how to improve that. And lastly, something that you've heard me say many times that I'm very proud, and I think we're very fortunate in Moore County schools to have our own police force. We're one of two in the state of North Carolina, and certainly I think that is a great advantage of us to have our own officers who know our students, who work with them on a daily basis. And I really believe the core of their work is proactive. The relationships they build with our students, the way they're proactively able to deal with situations, and our students feel comfortable going to them for help. We have an officer that's assigned to every middle and high school who also handles emergencies at our elementary schools. We've been able to, over the last couple years, really have a focus on their training and their equipment. We've had additional training, advanced training for our school police. We've also they're equipped with a sidearm, a long rifle, they have taser, they have a bleeding control kit on their person, they have Narcan, they have the shields as well, and door breaching kits are part of the equipment that we've given to our police. Back in 2022, we're very thankful to our Board of Commissioners who approved funding the expansion of our police force. And then when we agreed to a funding formula, that was rolled into that funding formula with our county commissioners. And certainly we've pushed to hire as many police officers as possible. We need 11 more to be fully staffed in Moore County schools. We continue to aggressively recruit, continue to reach out and run campaigns on that. There's a couple challenges with that. One is that as a school resource officer, they cannot be a probationary or rookie police officer. So that's a challenge, that the officers that we're hiring are ones in which have some experience. We're required to have some experience. And so that challenges us when we're recruiting folks coming right out of basic law enforcement training. It also challenges we might have an experienced veteran who's retiring and has military police training. They still have to get that probationary officer training before we can hire them, or an experienced officer from another state. So that is a challenge we're faced with. But I want to thank the board for the work you did in the last year. The state gave a 4% pay raise this last budget year to all our staff. The board approved double that raise for our police officers for an 8% raise. You also approved a stipend program to encourage advanced training with our school police for advanced school resource officer training or advanced law enforcement training, which are two highest level of trainings our officers can get. And you approved a stipend program that encourages our officers to get that training and also helps retain our officers who already have that training, which many of them do. And we're fortunate to have those highly trained officers in our schools. And so I appreciate what the board's already done, and I know this is something that the board is continually looking at. What else can we do to recruit more officers? We're talking about that at our next budget committee meeting. What are some other strategies we might be able to look at within our resources to do that? And so I look forward to those continued discussions. So as I began this briefing, and I'll end it, I thought it was important to just share some information with you as a board and our public around what we're continuing to do to focus on safety and security in Moore County schools. It's the #1 priority that we have to bring to our jobs each and every day. When we have safe schools, when we have caring schools, when we have orderly schools, kids can learn. And so that has to continue to be our top priority, and we have to always stay focused on continually improving what we're doing. I appreciate the board's support of that. I did think it was important just to bring you a brief briefing on that today. So thank you for the opportunity to do that. Happy to answer any questions. Appreciate the board's support.
Yeah, members of the board?
I would just say one comment that I think you may have left out is that you also train the students with drills in school, so they practice. Unfortunately, they have to practice certain situations that happen in school that they will practice of how to get down, even during hurricanes as well, but or tornadoes.
Tornadoes,
Not hurricanes, but tornadoes. So I just wanted to mention that as well because that's very important too.
Yes, ma'am. Our schools perform 4 lockdown drills a year where students and staff are practicing what to do in those situations.
Other members of the board? Mr. Hensley?
I have a couple of questions and some comments. Do you have something, Pauline? I'll certainly defer to Pauline. You? Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Locklear, I'm very impressed with your software that if the teachers have any kind of a problem, the call immediately goes to 911. It goes to the administration, and everybody knows exactly where that call is coming from, correct?
That's correct. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Excellent.
Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, I've got a few questions for you, Dr. Locklear. So this equipment that was up here, specifically the rifles and the shields, when were those purchased?
Within the last 12 months, I believe. Am I correct in that?
Yes, sir, the last 12 months.
Could we, I mean, 6 months, 3 months, 12 months?
We've been purchasing equipment when the dollars have been available to us, and we were able to get them in. Sometimes we've purchased them 8, 9, 10, 12 months ago, and it takes a long time to be able to get them in. I'd have to defer and get some more information for
Yeah,
you.
if you
Mr.
can get
Hensley.
that information to
happy
me,
to.
I'm very interested in that. And also, you mentioned stipends for advanced training. How much are those stipends, and what's the advanced train? Can you describe the nature of the advanced training?
I don't want to misquote the amount of the stipends, but they're tiered based on the level of certifications that you get. There's two different paths for that. One path is the Advanced School Resource Officer Training,
Yep.
which is well over 400 hours of training to get to
Right.
that path.
Yep.
The other is the Advanced Law Enforcement Training, which is a high level of training that's offered in all law enforcement agencies. And I couldn't quote the amount of hours, but it's equivalent to the Advanced School Resource Officer Training.
Okay. So here's why I ask. Here's why I asked both those questions. And you can probably predict what I'm going to say because I've been like a canary in the coal mine for 3 years now. So I'm not going to say anything different than I said in January of 2021 and in a handful of other times subsequent to that. It is an unfortunate reality that if there's an active shooter event in Moore County, the probability is it's going to occur in the school, right? So we have to have the best trained and the best equipped school resource officers, and they need to be, their primary responsibility is the safety and security of our faculty, staff, and students. They have to be ready to respond at a moment's notice alone for an active shooter, and then, as follow-on officers show up, be prepared to be part of that team, right? So I think that we as a board have taken half steps towards that. And I'm going to cite a couple examples that I've just jotted down here. I didn't prepare this for a week. These are just things that I've jotted down since I've been in the central office, since 4 o'clock. First of all, the Safety and Security Committee has had exactly one meeting in the last year. One meeting. So if we're so intently focused on the safety and security of our faculty, staff, and students, you would think that our Safety and Security Committee would have more than one meeting. And that meeting was on November 27th, 2023. And according to the minutes of the meeting, it was discussed student disciplinary matrix, the Raptor technology, which obviously has subsequently been purchased, which is an access control system, and the quarterly discipline reports, right? So one meeting of the Safety Security Committee in a year. there's been a total of 4 meetings of the safety and security meeting in the last 2 years, right? Which that actually, one safety and security meeting is actually better than our curriculum committee, which hasn't met at all in the last year. So if this board took it very seriously, then we would, our safety and security committee would meet more than once a year. Secondly, I would point out that, and this is extraordinarily unfortunate, but this is a fact, is this board and the central office tends to be reactive. In January of 2022, I discovered that our SROs had not received any active shooter training in the previous 5 or 6 years. And I discovered that, and I reported it to the board, and that they had never, ever received any trauma medical training. And I laid out a plan to buy trauma medical kits, get trauma medical training and all that in January of 2022. Those trauma medical kits were not purchased until April of 2023, almost a year and a half later. Those were not purchased until after that young lady was almost murdered by a fellow student with a knife at Pinecrest. And the only reason that student is alive isn't because this board insisted that the central office buy trauma medical kits. She's not alive because the central office purchased trauma medical kits. She's alive because that school nurse and that principal took local funds and on their own initiative purchased tourniquets and a trauma medical kit. So we tend to be reactive in these things. The money for this equipment, but by the way, there's something missing on this list from the original list that was proposed. When we met with the county commissioners under Chair Thompson's leadership in, I believe it was September of 2022. In September of 2022, we had a joint meeting with the county commissioners, and we proposed all this equipment. Well, actually, we proposed a expansion of the SRO force and an expansion of their equipment. And the equipment was carefully selected to defend and protect and defeat an active shooter. The county commissioners during that meeting actually approved funding for 3 things. They approved funding for the expansion of our officers. They approved funding for the additional equipment for the new officers. And in September of 2022, they approved funding to retrofit and buy the needed equipment for our existing officers. In spite of the county commissioners approving that in September of 2022, it wasn't until, I believe, we'll get the exact date, I don't believe it was until the summer of 2024 that equipment was bought. So people pay lip service to, oh, we're proactive, and all of this stuff up here is good, but it is half steps. It is half steps compared to what we can do and should have done, and hopefully will rapidly do it. By the way, the other thing that's missing up here are plate carriers and plates. I don't know if those have been purchased or not, but anybody responding to an active shooter, in addition to having a patrol rifle, a sidearm, and a shield, they should also have level 4 plates and plate carriers to go along with them. So anyway, that's all my comments. I'm welcome to answer any questions you may have.
I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Henson. I would just say that I am very proud of the work Moore County Schools has done over a number of years in safety, security, and wellness of our students. And I am committed as superintendent to continue to focus on that and improve that. There's always ways to get better, but I'm awfully proud of the work that's been done. And I'm awfully appreciative of the folks who've worked very hard to do that. Not saying there's not ways to get better, but I am very proud of it.
Yeah. So again, we're in a much better place than we were, but it took a young lady being almost murdered for us to get trauma medical kits in our schools, and it took a year and a half to buy equipment. I would contend that it maybe took an upcoming election season to get the equipment purchased, because the board certainly did not push it as much as the board should have.
And we brought the idea of additional equipment based on the fact that we had ESSA funds funds available to do that. That's been a while back, and we brought thoughts on what that equipment, the board did endorse that. And we've moved forward with that. There were some situations where it didn't get ordered as quickly as it could have been ordered, which has been well over a year ago. I think we discussed that, but we moved forward with that based on we had some resources that we could push for that, so we continue to move forward with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we used ESSER funding, because the county commissioners were extraordinarily clear in wanting to purchase the additional equipment for our existing officers. They were willing to open up the county purse and again pay for the additional officers, pay for the equipment for the additional officers, and pay to retrofit our existing officers. So this board needs to be much more aggressive to ensure that we have the best trained, best equipped, and most professional SRO force in the state, because as you said, our primary responsibility is the safety of our faculty, staff, and students. And this board's been shirking that responsibility. There's no other way around it. Thank you.
Let me,
Okay.
yes, ma'am, go ahead.
No, are you going to comment, or I
I'm
have a
going to
question?
comment, but I'll give you a chance. It's fine.
Okay, I'm asking where the shields are kept. If something happens, does somebody have to run all over the school to get a shield?
I don't know exactly where they store those.
They stored those in their vehicles because they manned. The reason they do that is because they may end up going to a particular school to bring it, but that's where they store them this time, the back of their vehicles.
Okay, so if something happens in a school, they have to run outside?
No.
I'm not following.
If something happens in a school, they're going to where it's happening.
Right.
This would assist them if they're assisting an officer in another school. They're going to another place. They grab the shield. They're
What if it
reporting to
happens
them.
in their school?
They're going after this. They're going to attack the situation. That's what they're trained to do. They're trained to go to where the situation is happening and address that situation.
And I'm sorry, Pauline, if I could.
Yeah, please. 'Cause
So
I'm confused.
have those processes and have those procedures been reviewed by the Safety and Security Committee as far as where
That's
the
a board
equipment's
committee.
stored?
Those are systems and processes that our police are trained on. That when they're dealing with an active shooter, they're trained on that in their trainings. I don't believe that's something that's been addressed by our board safety and security committee.
To Pauline's point, so officers in a school will just say this is the school and this is their patrol car. Officers in the school and there is a shooting in the school. Is this the school or is this a patrol car? Dr. Metcalf, if you're shaking your head, I'm confused.
I'm shaking your head because they would not go to the car if there's an incident at a particular school, regardless of where they are on that campus.
You
they're
know,
going
let
directly
me
to the
let me
incident.
let me interject here for just 1 second. And let me ask counsel, we're dealing with tactics here, while I see that we need an overview, and that's important, I kind of don't want to go into procedures in open session. I don't know how
Sure,
counsel
I
feels about that.
I guess my point is what was revealed here. I would have input in it, but it all starts with having meetings of the committee and then maybe discussing it in closed session.
I don't mind, for instance, what you're talking about in closed session. That's probably a good idea. But when we start getting into tactics and what we might do if this happens or that happens, I'm a little bit concerned. Okay. But it's a good point. It's a very good point. Let me also say something, and this is very, very important, Dr. Locklear. You brought it up, and it's something that we've been trying to do over the past year, as a matter of fact, during the last legislative session. We are not allowed to hire rookie police officers, and what I mean by rookie police officers are police officers who do not have at least 1 year's training in a regular police force and therefore being fully certified. And on the face of it, that sounds like a good thing because we're dealing with guns and we're dealing with children and we have to have highly trained officers, and I believe our officers are extremely highly trained, and for that I congratulate you. But the problem is that means that we cannot hire out-of-state police officers, police officer who might have 5 or 10 years in another jurisdiction, because they must have that 1 year's training as a North Carolina police officer, which I think is a little on the ridiculous side, okay? We cannot take a person, hire them fresh out of the academy, okay, or even send them to the academy. But the worst part about it is that if we have a retired military policeman, okay, that person we cannot hire, okay? So we are essentially left with retirees from other police forces, which, or from other local police forces, which are very, very good people, okay, but there aren't a lot of them, or we're left to what I call poach police officers from other departments. But if I take a police officer from another department, especially if it's a local department, what good have I done for the community? Because I've simply taken a police officer off the street in one part of the county and put him into a school, which is great for the schools, but it's not great for the county. Now, we asked the legislature and I asked the legislature to give us a local bill to allow us to hire such police officers, to allow us to hire out-of-state police officers with experience, to allow us to hire retired MPs. For the training, we can do some of the training ourselves, okay? Because we have a very, very capable police force. It is my understanding that the North Carolina Sheriff's Association said no, that they want us not to be able to hire these police officers. Now, so what does that also mean? That also means that in order to so-called poach the police officers, which is not something that I do not like, okay, we also have to pay more money, because we have to pay these police officers the money that they might get at another department plus more money. And what does that do? Especially if they're local police officers, I want them to have as much in pay as humanly possible. But to start having a bidding war with a local police agency is totally counterproductive, at least from the standpoint of the Board of Education, and I think from the standpoint of the county. So I would hope, Dr. Locklear, that we could use our influence on the North Carolina Sheriff's Association and our influence, because I believe our legislators are on board, but our influence on other people down in Raleigh to loosen up these rules and allow us to hire experienced police officers. And not only that, but we're also going to have to do one other thing. And that is, I know the county commissioners have been generous, but we need to pay these police officers more. I understand that our competitors in this area, which include the First Health, okay, and at least one other school, which is a private school, which I'm not going to name because they're very, very good people and they're paying a fair wage, but it's a wage that may be larger than our wage, okay? So we're going to have to look very, very deep, and I hope in our finance committee, we're going to have to give these police officers a substantial raise. And we're going to have to also look at the idea of what I call revaluing a police officer. In other words, we ask police officers to do so much, and there aren't a lot of people who are willing to do that, and there is an officer shortage. So we're going to have to pay them substantially more. And I don't think when when the Board of Commissioners originally looked at this, that they realized the amount of money that we're going to have to come up with in order to fill these 11 vacancies. But we must fill the 11 vacancies. And we need to do it with a combination of finding more money in our coffers, as well as going back to the legislature and saying to the North Carolina Sheriff's Association that out-of-state police officers who have a lot of experience and retired MPs and people such as that will be very, very good additions to our police force, and we need to be able to hire them. So that's my comment on it. Okay, is there anything else? All right, if not, let's go ahead on. Thank you very, very much,
Thank you,
Dr.
Board
Locklear,
Appreciate it.
Dr. Metcalf, for your very, very hard work. Okay. All right, so at this point in time, we're going to go to our public address. And unfortunately, our vice chair is not here. So I'm going to go ahead and handle that public address. Let me say that you're going to get 3 minutes to talk. Normally, I do like to give people a chance to finish their thoughts, but I am told by the powers that be that, meaning our legal department here, that I'm supposed to really be rather strict on these time limits. It's not because I want to do that, but because we have to be fair to everyone who comes up and make sure that we're not showing any favoritism. So with that, let me call first Barbara Lamlin.
Good evening. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to young people in Moore County. Surely they are the future of our community and our world. It is for this reason that I come here tonight. Moore County Schools Policy 3540, Comprehensive Health Education Program, states that the Board of Education is committed to a sound, thorough school health education program that provides students with an accurate information and encourages them to be responsible for their own health and behavior. The policy continues. As required by law and beginning in 7th grade, reproductive health and safety education will include age-appropriate instruction on sexual abstinence until marriage, STIs, the human reproductive system, awareness of sexual assault and sexual abuse, and sex trafficking prevention and awareness. As noted in North Carolina State Government Statutes 115C-81-30, reproductive health and safety education is provided by local administrative units. Cindy has a copy of these for you at the end of my comments. Number 1 is clear. To teach that abstinence from sexual activity outside of marriage is expected standard for all school-age children. Number 2, to present techniques and strategies to deal with peer pressure and offer positive reinforcement. This is about setting boundaries, teaching the child to say no to behavior that will not support becoming the best version of him or herself. Both North Carolina State Law and Moore County Schools Policy 3540 require teaching abstinence from sexual activity. Abstinence education encourages the student to say no. Abstinence allows the student to maintain their dignity and direction in life. Abstinence surely will prevent STIs and potential pregnancy. 50% of new STI cases are of people aged 15 to 24. STIs, if not treated, can cause infertility or cancer in females, and cancer, blindness, and infertility in males. It is worth a comparison here. We teach our students to abstain from drinking alcohol and critically not to drive if they are drinking. We do not want them to harm or hurt themselves or others. We teach our students to abstain from drugs. We do not want them to hurt themselves or others. However, we do know that their brains are irreversibly changed due to those drugs. We want our students to be present in class, in athletics, in life. We want our students to be at the top of their game. A report from the Heritage Foundation shares this. Sexual activity during teenage years possesses serious health risks for youth and has long-term implications. I come here tonight to ask you if it is the desire of the Board of Education to help all students become the best versions of themselves, would you agree to review the comprehensive school health education program as noted in 13G to ensure it meets all requirements established by the state board, and then determine if the schools are teaching that information? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next is John Miziak. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Okay.
I am John Miziak. Dr. Locklear anticipated my comment tonight. Unfortunately, again, and I don't know why, unfortunately, again, school security was brought into national consciousness too recently in Georgia. 2 years ago, Moore County Commissioners authorized additional resources to hire an additional 13 SROs for Moore County schools. The district's job posting site shows there are currently 14 unfilled SRO positions. That may have changed. I read the Moore County schools have received $618,000 from the state school safety grant program, additional $563,000 from federal elementary and secondary school emergency relief program. I don't know if that money is incorporated in your annual budget or if it is in the district reserve somewhere. Regardless, what are you doing to fill those vacant SRO positions? There are 2 vacant positions listed in New Century Middle School. There are no SROs in any of the elementary schools. I believe it is in your intention to have at least 1 SRO in every Moore County school. In Georgia, because of the presence of 2 SROs, the carnage ended in 1 minute per reporting yesterday. That couldn't possibly happen here in these 13 schools I just mentioned. What's the problem? If it's money, I'm going to say fix it. It's only money. If there's some other problem, identify it and fix that. Additionally, there are underperforming and failing schools here in Moore County, and I also noticed on the job posting site there are currently 29 open licensed position in Moore County schools. This can't possibly help resolve that problem. Where do you propose to spend perhaps more than $50,000 on a debate? I think you need to get your priorities in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miziak. Amy Dahl.
Good evening. I'm Amy Dahl, and tonight I'm going to follow up on my remarks from last month with some real-world connections. As you recall, our state's Department of Commerce says the 7 durable skills described in the Portrait of a Graduate are needed in our workforce, so our students must learn these skills. Let me begin with another illustration of empathy. Have you not all found it just delightful to oversee a budgeting process in which you are lacking key information, such as the salary amounts for locally funded positions, because the General Assembly does not finish its budget on time? Back when we were fully staffed, we started school and had teachers actually in classrooms knowing that they might need to be cut when the state budget was finally done. It's crazy and it's stressful. For you to fulfill your responsibility, you need better leadership from above. In a similar way, the staff in our schools and the central office need to know what to expect from you. When you approve a contract and ask staff to go full steam ahead, they need to be able to trust that you won't suddenly and arbitrarily pull the plug. Thank you, Ms. Davis, if you're listening, and Mr. Benway, for articulating reasons to continue with the advanced teaching roles implementation. Thanks to all of you who voted not to yank the rug out from under our staff. Next, I want to tell you about a conversation I had with a friend. This friend, Gordon, is a retired Navy captain and vice president of a huge multinational corporation. I told Gordon how I had learned in a graduate course that these are the skills our kids need in the 21st century. He paused to consider the list of skills before answering. Then Gordon told me that one of his responsibilities was outsourcing and offshoring jobs, and his tally so far was 30,000 jobs cut. These are the skills, Gordon said. These are the skills we cannot outsource. adaptability, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, empathy, growth mindset, and personal responsibility. These are the skills we cannot outsource. At a recent meeting, some of you questioned whether our graduates are career ready. Important question. They aren't if they don't have the durable skills. There's a reason for the emphasis on adaptability. The employment landscape is changing rapidly. Within 15 years, it's predicted that the majority of jobs available will be jobs that don't even exist today. To help you imagine, consider these jobs that are in demand today that didn't exist 10 years ago. Social media influencer, blockchain analyst, podcast producer, cloud architect, drone operator, esports game coach, social media manager, online dating profile writer, millennial generation expert. Our graduates are entering a job market unlike anything we experienced. They will not inhabit our past, so we must be careful not to project our past onto their future. I hope these details help you understand why our students need these durable skills, and I ask that you work on a strategy to bring them to Moore County Schools classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul Harris.
Good evening, y'all. Last year, we'll start over. I have a daughter who's in middle school and in 7th grade last year. The last 2 weeks of school, she had no bus. I live out in the country off a backcountry road, and she had no bus driver to come take her to school or bring her home from school. So I'm lucky I have my father-in-law lives right next door to me. He's up there in age, but he was still able to take her. Didn't feel too comfortable about it because, like I said, he's up there in age, not exactly the best and busy roads around a school. But I should not have to rely on somebody like that. There's other people out there that don't have the luxury of having a family member living right next door to them. They had to take time out of their busy lives, their work, to take their child to school. Now, not all jobs are easy on stuff like this. You know, you got to take PTO, which is hard to come by nowadays, or your loss of wages, which we all know with the price hikes of everything, we can't lose money from work. Now, the schools told us that the bus driver was just relieved of his job, wouldn't tell us why. But why was it left up to us to figure out how to get our children to school? Now we got this bus app on all these buses. This bus app wasn't working for a while, so I called to find out what's going on. They said they're going to have to radio into the bus driver, see if he turned it on from the tablet they have on the bus. Why does the bus driver have the ability to turn on or off this bus tracking system? You know, that's our children. We're expecting them to go onto the bus and be safe to get to school. I got it's first world problems, but with today's day and age, with how dangerous it is out there for our children, that should be top of the list for everything. You know, right there with the school securities. But for this last 2 weeks, the tracking system hasn't been working. So I called today and to find out what's going on after trying to get a hold the last couple days, no answer. And I was told, oh, we're having app problems. Let me figure out what's going on. Told my daughter's name. Oh, the app dropped your child from the roster, so let's put the child back on there. Now you can track the bus, find out if it's going to be late or not. This should have been fixed before school started, and there should be no reason why we're having a problem, 2-3 weeks into the school system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Excuse me, sir. What school? Cranes Creek.
And which bus number?
5-4.
Thank you. Okay. Tom Lasapia.
Good evening. I ask your patience as this is a continuation of my speech from 2 weeks ago. At your work session on Monday, August 5th, Mr. Hensley proposed a two-part motion. Part A was to request and receive proper and approved training about the education of children from illegal immigrants. Keyword, illegal. Part B, to get some idea of the number of these children in Moore County school system. There are approximately 488,000 illegal immigrants in this state. I assume a good portion of them are children, school-age children. And that came from an organization called FAIR, the Federation for American Immigration Reform. You can look that up. After some discussion, Mr. Hensley said he would drop Part B. And still after some suggestions and discussion, the board took a 3-3 vote in opposition to Mr. Hensley's motion, led by Chairman Levy. Chairman Levy used a Supreme Court ruling called Plyler versus Doe. To support his opinion, this ruling happened in 1982, 42 years ago, when illegal immigration was not out of control like it is today. This law states that no children of any residency status can be denied an education in this country. But it doesn't say anything about counting or accounting for these children in our school systems. As a matter of fact, we count and list by percentage, white, black, Hispanic, and Asian children, as in your own websites. Our student population will grow exponentially as more and more of these new neighbors move into our facilities. Funding comes from the government. Government funding comes not from the government, but from us, from our taxes. We are paying for these children that are coming into our school system. I believe we have the right to know how many children we're paying for. We can't stop them from being educated, but I sure would like to know where my money is going. I believe that most of the parents of these children are unemployed and may be living on the government dole. That government dole comes from you and me, again, through ever-increasing taxes. The Moore County Schools webpage says to register a child as a student, parents must supply a birth certificate, an immunization record, a health form, and proof of domicile in this county. Does that apply to children of illegal immigrants as well? Children and families who cannot speak, write, or read English. I believe Mr. Hensley's motion, at least the first part A, should be revisited by this board for an additional vote. I think this is a truly sad experience, but I would hate to see that legal citizens of this country have to fill out certain forms to get their kids in schools when illegal immigrants may not have to. I would like a response on that from you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me see. Michelle, is it Gotzi? Okay. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. I'm used to it. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I wanted to address the book selection concern that was brought up last week. Libraries are there to provide a wide array of topics for independent reading and to strengthen the standards taught in the classrooms. I'm struggling as a librarian to understand why it is somewhat regularly insinuated that we are not doing our jobs very well. Librarians build relationships with our students and staff and attempt to update our collections with books that our individual communities want and need. We have documented this procedure with Donna Gephardt, and I'm fairly certain that it has been shared with you. There are two major things I wanted to point out. Number one, what we do directly impacts all ELA standards. The Common Core Reading Standard 10 says that students must be able to read and understand complex literary and informational texts independently and proficiently, connecting prior knowledge and experiences to the text. In order to get them to understand this point, they need to read a lot. Some students prefer fiction, some prefer nonfiction. We do the best we can to cover all of the bases. While you mention that the public libraries are available for recreational reading, a lot of our students do not have access to those libraries. Number two, in the majority of cases, our libraries are funded by the book fairs that the librarians hold. Unless a librarian has the time to do a full collection management plan and develop a proposal that they bring to the SIT team, we rarely get money from our schools. Media specialists are professionals with a master's level education. You might not agree with every book that we purchase, but every purchase has reasons behind it. Our roles and responsibilities are often not fully understood, even by our own admin teams. But I urge you to end the practice of saying that we are not doing our jobs well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that ends our public input. At this point in time, do we need a 5-minute break? Okay, yes, the board needs a 5-minute break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll stand in recess. Calling the Board of Education back into session. At this point in time, we've got board action matters. Request for the approval of to submit the Moore County Schools Cooperative and Innovative High School application. First of all, do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent with regard to the Innovative High School application?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Okay. Discussion. Dr. Locklear, did you want to say anything?
Just simply that, as we discussed at our work session last week, certainly very pleased to bring to the board this application to submit that's due in October for our Cooperative Innovative High School in Moore County. We work in collaboration with a planning team at Sandhills Community College, and I've worked with the president there at Sandhills Community College, Dr. Sandy Stewart, in developing this. Just also want to, again, say how grateful we are for this opportunity that was presented to us by it being in the budget to build this Cooperative Innovative High School at Sandhills Community College that our legislative delegation helped support and bring forward. So I want to say thank you to them. And we're really excited about the opportunity it brings Moore County schools and the county of Moore one additional choice to offer our families and our students. We look forward to moving forward with this work. So it does, as you noted, come with my recommendation. So thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion by members of the board? Yes, Mr. Chancellor.
I'm going to vote against this motion, and I'd like to explain to the public and my fellow board members why, and I'd like for the fellow board members just to give my thoughts thoughtful consideration, because after all, that's what a deliberative board is for. So I used to work for a guy who told me, if you want it bad, that's how you get it. And that's exactly what this is. This is putting, or another way of putting it is we're putting the cart before the horse. So here's what happened. You know, I don't know what led up to us getting the $25 million earmark from the General Assembly for this innovative high school. I don't know if our legislatures came up with that in a vacuum, or I don't know if there was collaboration between them and the central office. It doesn't really matter. But here's what we're doing, and here's why we need to stop, back up, take a breath, and think strategically about this. Is we got a $25 million earmark for an innovative high school tied to the community college. And then everybody just immediately goes, God, we got $25 million. We got to do this. And then they said, we got to do this by next academic year. Okay, so where are we at? So Sandhills Community College immediately pulled out a plan to build a whole new facility complete with an amphitheater. An amphitheater. Boy, that's just what we need. We need an innovative high school. And by the way, we're going to put an amphitheater on there too. That's really related. I'm not saying they're going to use $25 million of our education money to build an amphitheater, but they just want to build stuff. So that was done without any, and I pointed this all out in the work session, that was all done with Sandhills Community College with no regard to taxpayer money. If they were concerned about taxpayer money, they would have done a facility utilization study, and maybe they would have figured out that their facilities are 30% empty, and if they consolidated their existing facilities, they wouldn't have to build new stuff, right? So additionally, we got $25 million earmark from the General Assembly to build an innovative high school. At the same time, just last meeting, Chair Levy said we have to build a $192 million high school. And the county commissioners, that's not going to happen in our lifetime because the county commissioners won't give us the money. Well, first of all, actuarially speaking, he may be right. I don't know, but I guarantee you we're going to build that in my lifetime. Also, that's what a defeatist attitude. But setting those issues aside, you know, no one has ever stopped, taken a breath, and said, we got to build, we've got to build this very expensive high school. We got $25 million from the General Assembly to build an innovative high school that needs to be tied to our community college. Why don't we just roll that $25 million into our new high school that Chair Levy says won't be built in his lifetime, and we're $25 million down the line, and we could just tell the General Assembly, you know what, we're going to have a branch of the community college in our new, shiny $192 million high school. No one has thought of this because this has not been presented to the community, and this hasn't been presented to the county commissioners, and the community is where these good ideas come from. They don't come from groupthink. When Sand Hills Community College meets in their little echo chamber, and then our people meet in our little echo chamber, those good ideas come from having open and deliberative discussions among the board, like maybe a board-to-board meeting between Sand Hills Community College and Moore County Schools. And since we're also going to ask them for money because $25 million is not going to build a new innovative high school, maybe we include the county commissioners. Maybe we have collaborative meeting between the governing boards. Again, we're putting the cart before the horse. But academically, and Dr. Metcalf and his team, you've done a great job. You know, the curriculum part, I mean, I've listened and it's solid, but questions still remain. Just because the General Assembly says this must be done in conjunction with, you know, a community college, I am still very unclear why we can't do this and embed it in our existing high schools. I mean, we have VOTEC programs, we have wonderful faculty and staff. You know, what's happening is because the General Assembly gave us $25 million and this, I don't even think it's written in the law, you know, kind of a soft deadline of do this academic year 25-26. I can tell you this, going back to this major I used to work for who said, if you want it bad, that's how you get it. He was absolutely right. We're putting the cart before the horse. I'm going to vote against this. And I guarantee you, when the new board convenes in December of this year, notwithstanding what Miss Dahl, look, Miss Dahl's not here. She shows up to make her political speech and then she takes off because she's not interested in listening to the rest of the meeting. That was a political speech, by the way, by Miss Dahl, who's running for school board. Notwithstanding what she's said, sometimes if a plan's going the wrong way, you just have to kind of like back up, take a breath, adjust a little bit and get the train back on the tracks. So I'm voting against this because it's not a wise expenditure of the taxpayers' money. We have not explored different courses of action, and we haven't involved all the stakeholders. And the stakeholders would involve public engagement and public comment, and it would involve a joint meeting between the Sand Hills Board of Trustees, the school board, which is us, in case you forgot, and the county commissioners. Thank you.
Other members of the board? Well, let me say one thing. This was the innovative idea of Senator McGinnis, as well as our state representative, Mr. Jackson. And the whole idea is that we would have a small school which would help our young people who are oftentimes struggling. We're talking about when we look at our competition, so to speak, in our other schools, what are they? They're smaller schools. And why are they smaller schools? Because our people want, our public wants us to have smaller schools with personal attention. And we're also looking at a change in the in the economy, which is going more toward vocational education. And Senator McGinnis and our state representative said that if we could create a small, innovative high school at Sand Hills Community College, especially with advanced manufacturing, because one of the things that they want to make sure that we are part of is part of the innovation into advanced manufacturing, which is happening throughout North Carolina. So they developed this this high school, and they did ask us to open it up in a small period of time. But that's a great service to the community, because the whole idea of public education is that we give everyone choice, and this is a choice which we don't have in Moore County. We don't have an advanced innovative high school. We don't have a small high school of this type looking at vocational education, and we don't have a place where kids who are struggling and who might be at Pinecrest at a 2,000 student school, but will be able to go to a smaller school where Dr. Metcalf talks about a wraparound type of curriculum. And that's the great work that he and his team have done. This is an opportunity that is being given to Moore County schools. And we're supposed to be leaders. I know Senator McGinnis is a leader in this particular endeavor. And we need to make sure that we take advantage of this. Because I'm going to tell you, what he did in giving us this high school is innovative. If we slap them in the face and we say to them, thank you, but after a year's worth of work, no thank you, we're never going to get this opportunity again. This is a small school for our students, and I think we need to take advantage of it. So, with that,
let me ask you
Yes,
a question. So, with you saying that for our students, and sometimes there are cases where students from adjoining counties come over here to pay, you know what I'm saying? You follow me?
No, I understand what
Are we
you're saying.
going to
Sure.
allow those children the opportunity to go to this school?
Board has a policy on discretionary admission where families can apply to attend Moore County schools if they're released by the local education agency that they go to school in, and they pay tuition to do that, unless they get a waiver from the board.
I didn't know if there was going to be some kind of special stipulation with it being an innovative high school, whether it's going to be reserved for just Moore County students, or if we're going to allow.
Well, it would be for Moore County schools students primarily. You always have our folks always have the ability from other counties to apply for discretionary admission. We have to determine whether or not the school is available for that, if we have room for that, et cetera. So down the road, we'd have to look at that. What's the enrollment? Is there room, et cetera? I think it's a lot of places across the state of North Carolina, early colleges, which is the common term for cooperative innovative high schools, have waiting lists. It's almost a lottery process to get in. So I don't necessarily expect there's going to be a lot of room once we get this thing rolling.
Very good.
Anything else?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want me to go?
Please.
Okay, I just have one thing that I'm not clear on. It says the key features are it's to serve students who are at risk of dropping out, first-generation college students, and students who would benefit from an accelerated experience, okay? And then it also says honors level curriculum. How do you have an honors level curriculum serving students who are at risk of dropping out? Would you
Great.
explain that?
I sure will. and
Is
that's
it two separate?
No, it's a great question. It's a cohort model, so all the students are in classes together. That's one way in which we're able to provide that wraparound support. We don't want to take away opportunities for the students. And if we're not providing them honors level classes, there may be some of those students who come into that don't think that college or four-year college or that experience is open to them, that may find out, it's not with the student necessarily that we're going after, but they may discover that maybe they would like to go to a four-year college or extend beyond the two-year degree. And if we're not offering honors level classes, then we take away that opportunity because they wouldn't necessarily qualify for a 4-year program. And so by making all of our classes in that cohort model honors classes and providing the level of support so that they achieve up to that level, we're not watering down that honors course. I want to be clear about that. We're not we're not watering it down. We're providing that wraparound support so they can achieve at that level so that we're not taking away that opportunity from them if that's something that down the road when they're in a junior or senior or a 5th year senior that they want that opportunity to do. And so that's the real reason that we chose to leave it as honors classes, is we just don't want to take that opportunity away. That being said, it's still a program for those students that would need that additional wraparound support.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
The first thing I'd like to say is in response to what, kind of tangentially response in regards to what Mr. Holmes said, is Hope County has an innovative high school and has for some time. In fact, my lead purchaser, his twin daughters, just graduated from it this year, and he had nothing but good things to say about it. I'm not opposed to the idea. My point is that we're rushing into this, and everybody's like feeding at the trough, and there's this great feeding frenzy that, quite frankly, we don't have input from the stakeholders. Now, one thing I do want to say in response to Mr. Levy, who very pejoratively implied that we would be slapping Senator McGinnis and our other, thank you, Neil Jackson, in the face. Nothing's further from the truth. I mean, I started out saying and I've said all along, I'm very thankful for it. But there's this deadline that that deadline's not written in the law, is it?
It is not.
Right. So if it was important to them, they would have put it in the law. So this is not a slap in the face. I'm very thankful, but the point is that we need to take our time and we need to do it right. Everybody's rushing into this. We haven't explored different courses of action. As Mr. Benway would say, that's the first thing you do in military planning. You get the commander's intent, you develop courses of action, you war game the courses of action, and then you do a COA decision. And then once you decide the best course of action, then you transition and you start executing. You develop the orders, then you issue the orders, and you execute the plan. Well, we skipped the whole course of action development and course of action discussing, and we haven't involved the stakeholders. And someone's going to go to the county commissioners and say, hey, we need another $15 million or whatever to finish building this high school. And I would not. So we are not slapping anyone in the face. What I'm proposing is what the mayor of Pinehurst, Pat Pizzella, would call, we need to tap the brakes a little bit, and we need to, I was going to use a marksmanship analogy, but that just doesn't seem appropriate. But we need to take our time. We need to develop courses of action, and we need to involve the stakeholders so that we come up with the best solution, not just the fastest solution or the most convenient solution. But Mr. Levy's characterization that this is slapping our legislators in the face, there's nothing further from the truth. That is just 100% not accurate, that this is a slap in the face of either Senator McGinnis or Representative Jackson. Everyone just needs to discharge that out of their mind, because I'll tell you what about those two men. They want to make sure that we do the right thing and the taxpayers get value for their money. And if we rush into this, I assure you we're not doing the best course of action, and I assure you the taxpayers are not getting the best value for their money. Thank you.
We've been dealing with this for about a year, so this is not a rush. They have had meetings after meetings after meetings on this.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Correct, and none of them were with the stakeholders and the public.
Mr. Benway, are you willing to give an opinion? You did attend the meetings.
I've attended the planning meetings.
Yes.
Yeah. I've made my views known. Some of them been adopted, some not. I would like to see a more ambitious approach to this whole thing in terms of vision. I would like to see more examination of courses of action and a course of action analysis. I think we still have the opportunity to do this. This application is almost pro forma, let's face it. It's adequate for it to take the next step, and I think we can probably do a lot more comprehensive work as we move down the road here over the course of the next 8-10 months. I'm sorry?
Because it's just the application.
It's just the application. Although the application, it ought to describe what your intent is and what you intend to achieve and some of the possibilities. We have some great potential from this school, huge. That needs to be matured. So that's my position. That's my view. Everybody's been working hard at this.
I know that.
So there's some refinement to be done. These things don't just pop into place. This is a huge undertaking, and it's going to take a while to get it right.
Okay, so all we're doing is approving the application.
It continues the process.
Okay.
The rest is to continue.
And in your opinion, do you think a lot of the things can be ironed out?
Sure.
What David's,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, it will happen. It's just a maturing process. We've got a tight deadline. There's no question there.
Okay, let's move to a vote. Yes.
I have another question. Does the application have the projected start date, or do we put a line in the sand as far as the start date in the application? Does it say this innovative high school will start on, fall of 2025?
The application does include the date of our intended start. That being said, I think that if we get to that position and we don't feel like, or the board does not feel like we're in a place to be able to begin that first year, that we could delay our actual start. But the application does indicate that we would start in the fall of 25.
Okay. We'll move to a vote at that point. Okay, all those in favor of approving the application, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 5? All right, 5. Okay, all those opposed? 1? Motion carries. Okay, going to the next item, which is the approval of the Open Gate weapons detection system. Do I have a motion to approve the system as recommended by the superintendent?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
You can this time.
By Mr. Benway, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Second by Mr. Benway. Discussion. See,
Just a quick reminder, Mr. Chair, if I may, this was discussed obviously at our work session. This is to bring, as we talked about, we're currently operating under metal detectors, what we have available with our school police at events and activities. This is the next generation of that. It's weapon detection systems. We described that these systems would provide us the ability to have a much efficient way of checking folks for weapons when they come in and out of our schools, whether that be our students or whether that be folks attending events, athletic events, and other events at our schools. This is for the purchase of 12 of those. And certainly this is, as I talked about earlier when talking about our focus on safety and security, this is one more thing we'd like to do to continue to improve the processes we're using. So this, again, comes with my recommendation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This also should be subject to legal review of the contract.
No, it shouldn't. We've got that finalized.
Oh, we did that? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. So is everyone clear on the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there discussion? Seeing none? Okay, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Superintendent's report.
Mr. Levy, Mr. Chair, before you continue, I move that we discharge the SRO matter, which you referred to committee on 10 July 2023. And on 10 July 2023, I had on the agenda reform of Moore County School Police. And if you remember, you referred it to the Safety and Security Committee on that day. I move that we discharge the SRO matter that you referred to committee on 10 July 23,
I-
and that the report of the committee be presented at the next meeting of this board.
I appreciate that. That is not on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe that a motion to discharge something from committee has to be on the agenda. And we all just said, the superintendent stood up there and stated that we're all focused on safety. And over a year and a half ago, I had a proposal to reform the Moore County School Police, and you referred it to the committee. And it has not come out of committee in a year and a half. So therefore, my motion is that be discharged from the committee and be considered at the next business meeting. And
all right, I'll short circuit it in the following. I'll short circuit it in the following manner. And number one, I don't believe that. I believe it was dealt with by the committee and was dealt with by the board, but to the extent that you have anything.
Mr.
with
Chair, I
regard
have
to-
the minutes of all the
listen to-
meetings.
listen to
I
me,
can go
listen
over
to me.
what was, it wasn't
I will
considered.
wait a second. I hereby
Mr. Levy, Mr. Chair, you don't need
I
to-
hereby bring that out of committee on my own, on my own. Give it to you, and please bring up before this board at the next meeting anything you want on that or on anything else.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe, I mean, I made a motion that it be discharged from the committee and that the committee give a report, so let's have a vote on that. This is simple Robert's rule, and all of a sudden you're trying to short circuit that and put the burden on me.
I've withdrawn it from committee. I bring it before the board. I give it to you.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe you, I don't believe you have that power. Why don't we take a recess and
I don't intend to take a recess.
well,
now.
I vote that we consult Robert's rules and see what the correct action is when a member moves to discharge something from a committee. And I don't think it includes the chair going on a tirade and raising his voice and you know, somehow blaming me and putting it all on me.
Bob, let's take a 5-minute recess, please.
Okay. Recess 5 minutes.
want to wait on Pauline?
Oh, is it Pauline still, are we still waiting on Pauline? Session. It's my understanding that this, whatever it is that Mr. Hensley was talking about, was apparently set for the August meeting, and he wasn't here, so it was taken off calendar. Am I correct on that?
According to the minutes, that is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so there is nothing to bring back from committee. However, if there is anything you want to bring before this board, please bring it, okay? Because the only thing that happens with a committee thing is that you have a resolution and it's sent to committee. Well, you can bring it back from committee and then bring it before the board. So if you have anything, bring it before the board. Do give us 6 days notice according to the rules.
So
Okay.
let me say this, Mr. Chair, that's not my recollection, but if that's what the meetings reflect, then that's what if that's what the minutes reflect, that's what the minutes reflect. So, I'll send you a message, but I request that we add that to our next work session and that we make that an agenda item in our next work session.
Yeah, all you have to do is just do me a favor, put it in writing, send it to me, send it to the superintendent, and whatever you want to present, of course, obviously you'll be able to present it at that point in time. So with that, let's go with the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to again thank our students, staff, our parents, and community for their support on a great beginning to our school year. I shared with the board at our work session, was able to visit all 23 of our schools over the first week of school. Just incredible positive energy, incredible smooth opening overall. We still have our challenges. We still have some places we need to address. But again, just a lot of hard work went into that. As the board is aware and our parents are aware, we changed our student information system required by the state to Infinite Campus this year from Power Schools. We've had incredible hard work done by our staff to make that as smooth as possible. So I want to say thank you to our data managers, Kate Fall, our tech team led by Mr. Eklund as well, who's worked hard in the background. So again, I want to thank the board for their support and all the work of our student staff and support of our community on a great opening to the school year.
Okay, thank you. Board comments, Mr. Hensley.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I actually have comments. As you guys have noticed, I've not made board comments, any board comments in a year and a half or so, right? So I'm going to make up for it today. And I want to start right, correct, 100%. Traditionally, board members have been given wide latitude to address whatever they wanted during their board comments. In fact, I don't recall ever in the history of being on this board that the chair has cut anyone off from making board comments. So that tradition must continue, and I appreciate the chair's deference in this matter and continuing the tradition. The rest of the board isn't going to like what I have to say, but it is 100% the truth, and it needs to be said, and the public needs to hear this, and quite frankly, you guys need to hear this too. Up until now, I've been very respectful, and I have not brought up the events of July 2023, but in the 12 August meeting, Mr. Holmes used his board comment meetings to make an accusation against me, and he said, and I quote, if you can recall several months ago, we tried to extend an olive branch to David, that's me, but it was ignored, ... But let's not kid ourselves that we've approached you in the past. He was referring, of course, to, putting me back on committee assignments. And if you remember correctly, and it was only a month ago, so I'm sure everyone does, I tried to respond. The chair gave me the floor. I started speaking. Mr. Holmes interrupted me And then the chair took the floor away from me because somehow it was my fault that I got interrupted while I had the floor. So now I'm taking the opportunity to respond during my time. But to respond, I have to go back in time. And again, as I said, up until now, I've been publicly silent on the events that occurred on Wednesday, 19 July 2023. So let's talk about how this happened. So in July of 2023, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Levy, for political and personal reasons, conspired to hold a hearing of me in which they intended to censor me and remove me from my positions at a date and time that they knew I could not attend because of long-standing medical appointments that I have. So let's talk about how this happened. On Thursday, 13 July 2023, unbeknownst to me, Levy and Holmes called a special meeting to censor me and remove me from my positions. The meeting was set for Wednesday, 19 July at 10 a.m. So the first thing is, there was these email chain going back and forth between all the board members calling a special session specifically to censor me and to remove me from my positions. But not one person on this board, not my friend Pauline, not Stacy, not Mr. Benway, not Miss Davis, not one person let me know, hey David, you know what's going on. No, I found out about it mid-morning on Monday the 17th when I was sitting at my computer at work. I pull up Facebook and I see people on, this small vocal minority on Facebook gloating that there's going to be a special session and I'm going to be removed from my positions. That's how I found out about it, Miss Caldwell, Mr. Benway, Miss Davis, and Miss Bruno. That's how I found out about it. So I immediately checked my Moore County School email and I saw, wow, looky here, those people are right. That's what's happening. And I immediately notified all my fellow board members and Dr. Locklear that I have a doctor's appointment on that day. As you all know, I have a vocal cord condition. I get treated at Duke Medical. I get treated twice a year. There's 3 medical doctors there. There's a vocal cord specialist, there's a neurologist, and there's a radiologist. Those meetings cannot be moved. I had that meeting. I report very few things to Cindy, but that was on the school calendar. So the chair and Mr. Holmes could have known, should have known, probably knew that I had a doctor's appointment during that. But I immediately sent everybody on this board an email saying, I cannot make it. I have a doctor's appointment at Duke Medical Clinic that morning, and I cannot attend. Please move it to the afternoon or move it to the next day. Not a single board member advocated for me. Not a single board member, not my friend Pauline, not Stacy Caldwell, not Shannon, not a fellow military veteran, Ken, not a single person said, you know what, what's the hurry? Let's push that to the afternoon so David can attend to defend himself. I mean, Mr. Levy's an attorney. He should understand the right of an accused to defend themselves. But no, my request to move it 4 hours went unresponded to, and not one board member had the courage to stand up and say, you know what, David has the right to be here, and maybe we should move it to the afternoon. That's all I asked. But not one board member said, yeah, we'll move, chair, let's move it to the afternoon. And that's all it would have taken was one board member. And you know what? I would have done that for any one of you all. I would have done that for my worst enemy. Because everybody in America has a right to defend themselves and face their accusers. So let's go to Wednesday, 19 July, while I was at Duke Medical Clinic. At 10 a.m., the board met. And they listened to false accusations from Mr. Holmes and Mr. Benway. And I'll cover those in a minute. Mr. Holmes said he made 2 accusations. And this is a fact. You can pull up the video and watch it. Mr. Holmes made 2 accusations. He says, David talked bad about teachers. I have never, not once, ever, not once said anything bad about teachers. I have taken administrators to task when a school principal of a chronically failing D-rated school came up here and their mission, during the school improvement program, and it came to light that their school mission is everyone's welcome. Yes, I took that person to task by saying, maybe you should mention education in your mission. When another principal came up here for a school improvement program and talked about, in a chronically failing school, and talked about how that principal had built great morale among the teachers and great team, but then you went 3 pages further in their brief and you realized that under that principal's tutelage, that school was at the bottom of the teachers' assessments of the principals. I pointed that out and said, you say you're this great leader, but your teachers say otherwise. So yes, I have held administrators accountable, and the school system has benefited for that. But not one of you all, not my friend Pauline, not Miss Caldwell, not one person stood up and said, you know what? I know David. I've never heard David say a single bad thing about a teacher, nor would he, because I haven't. No, I haven't, Mr. Holmes. It's my floor. But you know what? Had I been there and someone made accusations like that against any one of you all, I would have had the courage to stand up and say, you know what? I know Stacy Caldwell. Stacy Caldwell wouldn't say that, and I've never heard her say it. The fact is, I never had. The other accusation made by Mr. Holmes was that I was inappropriate to the superintendent. That was an email chain. I could read it aloud. I'm not. I'll publish. What he was referring to was an email that went among the board members, where the previous meeting, we were discussing eliminating fees, and the justification for keeping the fees was other districts do it. That was the justification, and my message to the superintendent was, other people doing it is not justification. I don't want to hear that again. And the other board members, you shouldn't fall for that, because that's not justification. So that is why. So Mr. Holmes' accusations on me, the first one was a flat out lie. And the second one was an email that I just characterized it. I literally said that other districts are doing it is not justification. I don't want to hear that again. Ironically, we've removed half the fees that the superintendent justified, and I said that, other districts doing it anyway, so we've removed half those fees that supposedly I got censored over. So let's move on to Mr. Benway. Mr. Benway, during this censor where I wasn't allowed to even defend myself, he gave this long manifesto that under no circumstances is a Nazi analogy acceptable. Again, I wasn't there to defend myself. Had I been there, I would have pointed out that, in fact, I did not call the chair a Nazi. Hearsay said that I said that. The editors of the Pilot said that I said that. Hearsay said I said it. I would have played the recording of the show that proves that I didn't say it. The show that I was on, it was a long literary list of abuses of power by the chair. And I was talking about how he was heavy-handed, but I did not call Mr. Levy a Nazi. I will post the recording of it, and we will let the public decide. But I didn't get the chance to defend myself. I didn't get the chance to play that recording. But there's more. Again, Mr. Benway went on this big manifesto. Man, I watched the video. It was quite impressive. And he made it emphatic that no one should ever, under any circumstances, never appropriate to use a Nazi analogy. However, subsequent to that, I sent Mr. Benway a recording that Jamie Baxley of the Pilot did, where Mr. Levy, it was right there in the video, Mr. Levy's using a Nazi analogy to describe the work of Moore County Schools marketing employees. And I asked Mr. Benway, why don't you hold the chair to the same standard that you hold me? Crickets chirping, nothing. To this day, nothing. So for some reason, Nazi analogies can never, ever, under any circumstances, be used, unless, of course, it's the chair using them. But there's more. It's like Ron Papil. There's more. When we were doing the media, removing media reviews, Pauline, Miss Chair, Miss Bruno was talking about how she actually was in favor of retaining a book, and she read a passage from that book, and Mr. Benway talked about how powerful of a passage that was, and I think it even compelled Mr. Benway to vote not to remove that book. And ironically, as I pointed out in the meeting, the passage that Ms. Bruno read, the author was using a Nazi analogy that you said shouldn't be used under any circumstances. So these are the things that I would have pointed out had I been here to be able to defend myself, but I wasn't. And no American should happen to that. So then the next day, everyone except Miss Caldwell, Mr. Benway, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Levy, Miss Davis, and Miss Bruno were the GOP think tank. And they were talking unity, and they were talking, we want to heal stuff with David, and we want to get along. And, gosh, now that we've taken this action, we all, we want to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. But there's an interesting thing. You know who wasn't there? You guys kind of forgot to tell me. So you all went to the GOP think tank to justify your actions. You stood up, and the only way I found out about it is I got a text from someone who was there and said, hey, all your board members are here. You ought to run down. So you guys very hypocritically ran down to the GOP think tank and talked about, oh, we want to get along with David and we want to patch things up after you did these horrible things to me. But you kind of forgot to invite me. So if you were the slightest bit genuine, someone, my friend Pauline, my fellow military comrade in arms, my fellow military spouse, or even the pious Shannon Davis would have said, hey, David, why don't we patch things up? But no, you were down there and you didn't invite me. That is 100% what you may not have been there, but I'm pretty sure everyone was there. That was the next day. It was on Thursday at the think tank. Anyway, so what was Mr. Holmes talking about when he said at the last work session, at the last business meeting? If you recall, several months ago, we tried to extend an olive branch to David, but it was ignored. But let's not kid ourselves that we've approached you in the past. So let's talk about what he's referring to. So Pauline and I stayed in touch over the last years, because as I tried to say when Mr. Levy cut me off last month, Pauline, how could you not like Pauline? Pauline's great. And every time we talked, she would ask, David, how do we make this right? And I said, Pauline, I don't think we can. I don't know. I don't see a road ahead. And then finally, in January or February of this year, I talked with Pauline. And, she ended as she normally does. David, how do we make this right? And I said, you know what? I think we can. And I said, I thought about it long and hard, because how could you not? And I told Pauline, I said, look, 3 things. One, actually, here's how we can make this right. One is there needs to be a recognition from the board that the accusations against me were a lie. Specifically, I didn't say bad things about teachers. The correspondence with Dr. Locklear were blown completely out of proportion. If there's an acknowledgement of that, then I am more than happy to return. And, I will return to the Finance Committee, and I will return to the Construction Committee, and everything's great. We can put the past behind us. That was in January or February of this year. And Pauline said, you know what, David, let me call the rest of the board members. I said, okay, Pauline, you talk to the board members, you get consensus, and then, you get back with me, and then I'll call Chair Levy and I'll let him know.
So I was really surprised when Pauline, I was expecting it to take a day or so, but within a matter of hours, Pauline called me up and said, David, I've contacted every single board member, and every single board member is behind this. I'm just telling you what Pauline told me. And every single board member is behind this. So I called Chair Levy, and I said, this is what Mr. Holmes was referring to. So I called Chair Levy, and I said, hey, Bob, here's the thing. We chatted about we actually chatted about something school board related. And then I said, hey, here's the thing. I talked with Pauline, and, there's an acknowledgement that the accusations against me were a lie. Then I am more than happy, and I've always been happy to lend my talent. That's why I ran. And then we put the past behind us, and everything's cool. The chair's response was he laughed and said, that's not going to happen. Okay, then that morphed. That was January, February, and the primary was what, March? Then Miss Davis spoke up a week or so later, and she said, you know what? I think we'll wait until March or April to make that decision, and we'll revisit in March or April. Well, that's because they didn't think I would win the primary, because I was facing not just the Democrat opponent, but I was facing the empty suit that the Republican Party put up against me. And no one expected me to win that primary. But not only did I beat the Democrat, but I beat the empty suit that the GOP put up against me, because the people in Moore County are smart. The people in Moore County knew what the deal was. They knew what happened to me, and they knew that I need to be on this board. So that was political gamesmanship that the chair and vice chair said, oh, we'll revisit this conveniently after the primary, expecting me to be defeated in the primary when I won the primary, which they had no idea that that's what would happen. Then all of a sudden, it's never going to happen. So that's what happened, and I want you all to hear it, and more importantly, I want everybody in the public to hear it, and I would like to see that reported in the pilot. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, let's go in order. That was his comments. Ms. Caldwell? Yep.
Well, first I want to say that I think the first 2 weeks have gone good. As you know, I think there is some hiccups in that bus app. I've heard a few people complain about that. Hopefully we'll get to navigate that better and fix and correct those. And I also want to say that I know that not Union Pines, Pinecrest had their it was early. I feel like it was early this year.
It was.
Yeah, they had their parade downtown, which was amazing, and then their football game and their homecoming. And I think that went very well. And Union Pines is in October, so I can't wait for that one as well. So I'm, of course, everybody knows November is going to be my last few months on, till I only have till November. And I really, truly have enjoyed working with all of you. And I don't like the drama, but I've enjoyed working with all of you and making decisions and to benefit this board and this school. So yeah, that's it. I think we're going to have a really great year this year. So thank you, Dr. Leclerc.
Ms. Bruno, I skipped you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I have a couple things to say too. Good luck to everyone. The beginning of the school year, all our children, our staff, our teachers. Thank you to everybody. Prayers and lots of luck and happiness for a great school year. I don't want us to forget Constitution Day is soon, and 9/11, and I really hope it's really, really important that our children understand the Constitution that they are born under. They need to know their rights. They need to know the laws. They need to know how this country was formed. and they need to understand about 9/11, that this is the only time that America has been attacked on our land. This is just really important stuff. Now, I'd like to talk about David a little bit. First of all, I would love to see David back on our committees. There is nobody on this board that has his experience and his know-how on several of these committees. There just isn't. I mean, it's black and white. He needs to be on there. Second of all, I want to publicly apologize for what I did to you. It was the wrong thing to do. You are right. You should have been here to defend yourself. That isn't how I operate, and I'm ashamed of that. And I want to tell you that I'm ashamed of that.
For the record, I wasn't perfect either. I certainly made mistakes.
Well, yeah, David, because there were times that we just didn't know what to do with you. And you know how you are, which is a good thing. Okay, but I do want to publicly apologize because I think that David his contributions to this school board are just unbelievable. And we need him on here, and I'm going to say that. We desperately need him on here. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Benwood.
No comment.
Mr. Holmes?
I have a couple. I'd just like for everybody to keep the family of the child from Robbins in our prayers, the ones that was a little girl, little boy.
Little boy.
Little boy. That's got to be tough. I know the kid had some challenges, and you know the parents need all the support that they can get right now. To address the statements made by David, we can agree to disagree on some of the circumstances. I mean, I was with you and Pauline at the think tank that day, and I find it hard to believe that you got a call from somebody whenever you got your whole entourage came in all at one time. But that's neither here nor there, okay? The fact of the matter is that you were approached to work together, but you didn't want to admit anything. But I'm happy to hear that you did say, you said that, hey, I did some things that weren't perfect. I've never heard you say that, and that's huge. That is huge. David, you provide so much insight and so much knowledge to this board. Everybody can recognize that everybody wants you on this board. But I'm willing to make a motion to put you back on committees. Okay, I will make that motion. And then we'll see however the board wants to decide. Does that sound fair? Because I think you are an asset to this board, despite what I personally think about you and what you personally say and do. Okay? We have our differences, and that's fine. That's just the way the world is. Do I believe that we owe you an apology? Absolutely not. That's not something that I feel is deserved or warranted, considering the fact that, you know, it was a unanimous decision. Even though Pauline says that she regrets it, it was unanimous at the time. So, you know, I don't know if we can do it now, if I can make that motion, but I would like to make a formal motion to put David Hensley back on his committees.
I second that.
Any discussion? It's not on the agenda.
Can I amend the agenda?
It's not on the agenda. It would take a 2/3 vote to amend the agenda
Okay.
after it's been adopted.
Okay, do you want to bring it up simply next time?
Yeah, so Shannon can be here. Yeah, probably because Shannon needs to be.
My suggestion, if I could, Mr. Holmes, if I could take the floor for a minute. My suggestion would be for people to think about it, and we just address this in the next business meeting, the next work session.
Let's do it.
Okay. Okay, anything further?
Nope, that's
Okay.
it.
All right, I don't, I suppose I have a lot of things to say, but I'm not going to say them because I don't think it does our board any good at this point in time for me to say, except there is one fact, and the one fact that does need to be stated was that when David did learn about the board meeting, he said to me, I didn't read my emails. And that may have been one of the contributing factors on the notice. But aside from that, I don't think there's so many things that I differ with him on, but I'm not, it doesn't do this board any good to go into it. So the one thing I do want to say is that there was a tremendous tragedy in Georgia, and our hearts and prayers and our thoughts are with the children and the with the adults who were victims of this this terrible thing that happened in Georgia. And I want to say that how much I appreciate how much the superintendent and the staff do to try to keep all our children safe, because the number one priority, and I do know this from the superintendent, the number one priority of the superintendent and his staff is to keep our children safe. And they do a very good job of it. So with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, you do.
Okay. There's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All those in favor, aye? Aye? Opposed? We're stand adjourned.